Hello. Give me... I don't want you to go in order, I'll be honest. Pokemon soundtrack. Yeah, maybe the Pokemon Crystal OP. Sure, why not? Made good use of their tile sets. This is where we were, VOD viewers, at the end of yesterday. We got the tiles neatly working. Very nice, right? So today I'm going to crack some stuff off of my to-do list. I'm just going to lower the desktop volume a little bit. I need to get my Trello up. Let's see. Hey Lich, how you doing? Yeah, let's start by making... Let's start with the culling thing. Did I remember to push yesterday? Yeah, okay. How you doing, Lich? So this remove small rooms thing. We're going to replace this with a function called map. You can see my screen, can't you? Remove clear navig all floors in navigation area. So I guess we simply want to be able to pass in a navigation area. And then we want to do a flood delete on it. Basically, like, flood replace everything with air. What are you coding? I don't know if you've seen any of the streams recently, but we've been working on WoWo. I'm just working on improvements to the level generator to clear up rooms that are too small. Because I think having lots of 1 pixel rooms dotted around looks kind of sketch. So it's nice to have a slider to say, like, delete any room that's smaller than 1 or 2 blocks, for example. Still WoWo, yeah. Oh, you've missed a lot. Let me show you. It's been a while. You've started Estrogen like a month ago. I thought you were already on it. Maybe not. Congrats. How are you feeling? I don't know the last time you saw WoHo, but the mice have rocket launchers now. And you can do this sort of thing. And the mice immediately start aggressive. But yeah, I'm writing a thing to, like, maybe the three stars room's okay, but you know. Get rid of these, like, really small rooms that get spawned. It's really cool, right? I guess it's been a while. You've been in the hyperbolic time chamber. Giving the mice a rocket launcher that fires 1,000 times a second was a terrible idea, by the way. Hello. But yeah, we're just writing the code to let us optionally clear up this stuff properly. Hello, Shihane? Saihane? Saihane? How do I pronounce your name, sorry? It feels great to be on E. Your chest is sore and hurty. Oh. What are the side effects? Are you cooking it yourself, or do you get it from the over the counter? Can you cook it yourself? I don't know how HRT works, or if this is a separate thing. I remember Blank talking about how parts of the US people cook it. Or don't cook it, but like they make it themselves from off-the-shelf components. Let's say we've got our like flood update stuff, right? We're basically just gonna use this and have flood delete room. Starting at some floor. You get it prescribed. You're sore because your breasts are growing in. You're very early. They normally don't happen for those 2 or 3 months, so that's quick. No, I've heard about that sort of thing. I didn't realize 1 month is crazy fast. I guess you were always designed to have this from the start. Your body was just waiting. Yeah, I got that. We got nice Gen 2 music on today. How are you guys doing? Hello, Khan. We do have good music. Oh, I'm stupid. Sorry. Am I losing my mind? Tile air. Maybe it's just tile air, yeah. If it's not equals to tile air, then update it to... Not unheard of it, just like whoa. We should have a function to like delete. No, actually, this should only run during level generation. So set it to air and check the neighbors. Something like that should work. Oh, how wild will he? Yeah. Wild battle music. This collection of the soundtrack's kind of nice. It seems to actually be roughly in order. I'm not even gonna bother checking navigation area. I'm just hoping it doesn't break. Right, here we go. So we get the type where we are here. If it's not air, then update tile here to air for every position if it's not air. Might not need this first one. I could do an assert on it and make sure that the floor is actually a floor. Yeah. This is meant to be a little dangerous, it's fine. So we have a navigation area ID. We need to try and get a single floor with that ID. Is there a better way than just to iterate through all our floors? I'm guessing I'm going to call this from level generator, right? Remove small rooms. Yeah, we've got floor tile coordinates. We're going to get rid of this stuff. And we're going to call plural floors a navigation area. We're going to do 4 navigation const auto area in navigation areas. If area is less than min room size. Min room size is 2, and let's just do less than equal. Area is less than. It's 1. It's less than 2. It's 2. Well, it should be less than then. If area is less than min room size, we want to call clear all on that area. That being said, it's probably handier if we pass in a coordinate, right? We should actually instead, we can nuke this clear all floors thing. Hey Menace, you're not enjoying it? We need to try and get like a function void get any map, get any floor in nav area. I'm gonna pass in this thing. We're gonna pass in uint 16t nav area ID. And we're gonna return vec3. I vec3. std optional vec3. So we're gonna call this if const auto floor position is equal to this floor tile coordinates area, and then flood delete room instead will take floor position. You now need to be in the header. At this point, it's too much for you to comprehend. You are enjoying. Can you add some subway surfers in the corner? You can add your own if you like. No discards? Ah. Or const auto floor in floor tile coordinates if get tile copy at floor dot navigation area ID is equal to turn floor turn the, well, maybe just this. Okay. This might work. Basically, we are, during level generation, we're stripping off all the rooms that are too small. So we're just going to loop through all the navigation areas. If the amount of tiles in that navigation area... Or we should update the navigation area there afterwards. If all the tiles in that area afterwards are smaller than that, then we flood delete everything in it. That was the idea, at least. You're a size T. Smoothing it out. Yeah, basically. We had a really basic algorithm we just knocked together in 2 seconds at the end of the stream yesterday, where we just check. We'll go through all the floors, and if any of the floors don't have neighbors, we delete it, but this is just a slightly fancier version of that. Oh, I guess you're a size T. When do I do navigation areas minus? This thing. I guess I just set it to 0. There's nothing there. I really like Gen 2. You get the idea. If I go to game, I also want to add this to the level area. In room size. This should just work. Most certainly did not just work. Well, count 1. The navigation areas haven't been generated yet. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Do it the other way around. So, oh, the game's huge on screen. Make it all small. You like the sprites I drew, Lind? I'm pretty proud of them. Now there's a bunch. Okay, this should be working. Seems to be deleting everything. Except the small ones. So I've got something back to front. It's, oh god, the mice have rocket launchers. Maybe it's the delete. It's not working. Unless it's deleting this. Do the loop backwards, surely that'll work. Hell yeah. Oh dear. Okay, it's trying to delete navigation area 0. So you know what it's doing? It's going to coordinate 0, 0 and deleting it. So a few things are wrong here. STD optional, it should be returning STD optional. What was it? Null? Null pointer? Something like that? Maybe I can just use null pointer? This would be empty. But anyway, navigation area 0 isn't real, so we shouldn't even really be doing that. But this should work. It doesn't work, I'm stupid. No point text. It's going okay. Why is it leaking the main area? Alright, fine. I mean, flood delete room can also check the nav area. I was just kind of hoping it wouldn't be necessary. I guess it's safer. I'm just wondering why it's trying to delete the first room. Let me try this again. How many of these are 0? None of them. Most of them are 1, 2, or 3. Actually, most of these are getting deleted. That's funny. Oh. Oh, I'm dumb. I knew this seemed off. We need to do that. Whoops. I can't. Yeah, that, I knew that seemed weird to me. No, that's not it. Maybe I was actually correct. Hang on. No, I was completely right before. Hang on a moment. There's another reason it was deleting. What is that? What's in the menu? I'm writing that flood delete to smooth out the map to get rid of the sort of potholes that appear. You guys like the Unknown song from Gen 2? How about instead of checking if it's not X, I think I'm actually nuking the walls. I should be doing if it's floor. Get tile cat. That being said, I don't think walls exist yet, so maybe this is stupid. I like Unknown. They were very mysterious. Alright, I appear to be in the void. It's interesting how quickly the level, like, generates when you start blowing shit up. I don't really get why it's not deleting the actual 1x1 size runes. Aberrant curse is 1 size 0. Okay, well, I can improve this a little bit. I didn't really want to do this, but it should help. This stuff's all during level generation, so it doesn't really matter how long it takes. Level generation's already done in like 50 milliseconds or whatever. Or cooking with woolen. I cooked earlier today. Let's just assume the tile you're on already has the right nav area ID. This should help. All going with woolen. Every day, buddy. No spooky trees. Why did Team Rocket get such a cool theme? That's empty. So I'm a little confused as to why you're deleting room 1. Okay, this makes sense. Is it possible I have overlapping floors in different nav areas? That wouldn't make a lot of sense. I'm a little stumped for a moment. I didn't really think this was gonna be that hard. Let me run an experiment. With 0 it works. With 10 it doesn't work. With 1 it works, but it's clearly not actually deleting navigation areas of size 1. This is weird. This is very weird. Slowpoke tail. Weird, it still seems to think that one still exists. I guess the get any floor in nav area might be going wrong. That's not right. Oh, I think I'm treating the size as the navigation area ID. That's it. That's it. So I'm checking for something with size. Yeah, that makes sense. So I've just said like the area in position 3 is nav area 1, and 1 is what I'm passing in here. So it's actually always just nuking navigation area 1. But when I set it to 0, it obviously never does that. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, that's okay. I guess I can do eyes 1 and just start at 1. The game should crash if there's no navigation areas. I'm not evolving. That should work. I guess you could be const. Right, that seems to have fixed it. I need to get rid of their rocket launchers. No one should have given the mice rocket launchers. I like this distance thing isn't being used. It should be less than or equal to. Well, technically if the min room size is 2, then I think it makes sense that we see rooms of size 2. Set it to 6. Or even 10. We see like nothing in the walls. But if we set it to 0, then we get all these potholes. You see what I mean? Like all these 1x1s. If I set the min room size to like 3, then we can have rooms that are 3x3 just fine. I feel like that's reasonable, right? 3 or 4 or 5 or something. I generate quite a big room now, and I walk around. How's the coding going? Really good, thank you. The last couple of days, we were working on this tile set stuff. Look at this. This auto tiler probably took like 12 hours or something. I don't know. However long those streams were, you can count them up. Took 3 streams that were all about 4 hours long each, let's say. I think. To get this auto tiler working. Yeah, like we walk around, there's no like potholes in the walls. It's mostly kind of smooth. I'll say the game's a bit open like this. I need to move like the stuff like the turn chance into the settings. Looks already polished since the navigation stuff. Oh yeah, that's nice, thank you. Yeah, we're doing a lot of work on sprites and stuff as well. Yeah, this is nice. Okay, set min room, what was it? Was this settings, components? That's not it? Oh. Let's set it to like 4 for now. Was the nav area thing ever explored, or was it not worth digging into? Oh no, it was explored and it's currently implemented, and in fact that's what I'm doing right now to remove small rooms. I go through my list of navigation areas, and if the number of tiles in there is less than my min room size, I cull it. Which is nice. Now... Hell yeah. I don't know if this is in scope for today, but I kind of want to change the algorithm that generates rooms. Where's paint? So currently when the level generator is going around, here he is. He occasionally wants to create a room. Let's make this a bit easier to look at. He wants to make a room. What he does is pick like a bunch of squares nearby and just splat them out, which kind of works. Because if you go around the room a lot, and he does that a lot, you know, if he does this a lot, then you actually end up with a pretty... like a game like this. And this is how you end up with these really big spaces, I guess. I'm kind of wondering if maybe I should change it so, like, when he generates a room, he actually, like, tunnels out, like, a section that links back to himself. Well, it doesn't have to link back to himself, but maybe instead of a single blob, he generates... maybe even something of min room size in a random shape. I don't know, or he just draws something and then for every tile that hits, it draws, or... I was kind of also thinking maybe the rooms could be... shape. And then when the game tunnels that out, because it's aligned to a grid, it'll be like, okay, kill this one, these, this one, this one, this one, this one. And you end up with a room that looks like that. I don't know. That's the idea, at least. I could also just not do that right now. Like, I could do it another time. Let's see. Also, when he's generating the spawn room, I want it to generate closer. It's also possible that the random radian for generating the room is too small, so we could maybe pass that in. We can extract a lot of this stuff to settings, right? Is he using random radian or random radius? Random radius. So it's explicitly setting them far apart, I guess. I don't know, because I'm just thinking, like, sometimes it would be nice if he goes around and occasionally tunnels, like, big splat out. Like, he just digs a wall out in a straight line. Like, he generates a lot of floors along, like, a line. I don't know. Could also have, like, we talked about, like, Perlin noise and stuff before. We could pick a position and then see what the room would look like according to Perlin noise nearby. I haven't implemented anything with Perlin noise yet. I was thinking about in clouds, which is a pretty expensive way to use Perlin noise. A lot of games pre-bake them, but Perlin and Simplex and stuff is pretty normal. But like, you know, where's Paint? You've seen Perlin noise, right? Or Simplex. If it generates something like this, let's say the Roomba's going around the map like this. Anytime he wants to generate a floor, he picks, let's say he's here, he just picks a random position, and then it like carves out like that section. I don't know how I feel. Just a thought. I don't know, C++. Is there like an easy algorithm for this? I don't remember how complicated it is. There's a header-only Perlin noise generator. How complicated is this to do myself? It's a little complicated. I thought there was a Wikipedia for this. I think I don't care enough to make my own Perlin noise system. Probably just steal an algorithm. Hello, Nick. First time watching someone else code. You're new to C++. So hello. What language do you normally use? The Wikipedia page for Perlin. Oh dear. Alright. There's no pseudocode on Wikipedia, which probably means it's a bit much. I could totally just use a library from. I don't know. I also just nick one off Stack Overflow. Like I'm just seeing people's code for this. Perlin noise. It doesn't look that complicated. Wikipedia kind of explained how it worked. Yeah, I'm not. Average is smoothed out from the dark past generate case. I'm not doing that sort of thing right now. I like my current level generator work. The way generate caves up to a threshold. I mean, the way Minecraft works is it layers like loads and loads of noise on top of each other, and each of those noise layers is something like temperature, humidity, height. One's called like funky or silly or something, and then that's how it decides. But like, my game's not like an infinite Minecrafty game. I'm not looking for everything to look like Perlin noise. I like my current Roomba thing because you can control it, right? I can have a tunnel area by just making it not turn that often. I can make a wide area by making it always turn one way, or and so on and so forth. I like how much I can tweak it. I basically just want it right now as he's going around. He's already generating random rooms by just dotting little caves here and there. That's already done. That's how it currently works, by the way. This is what's currently implemented. He just goes around and splats. I was thinking of maybe making something a bit more, like just generating like a random shape and popping that. You know, generating a different shape each time, but like as he moves around, popping that down. And then the level would look something like this. I don't know, you get the idea. Tell it to clean smile, alright. All sorts, whatever your school wants you to use. You have a lot more interest in CPP and Rust compared to things like JavaScript or Java. Oh yeah. What do you find interesting about? Oh. Anyway, we're looking at the room generator code here. You can see that it's already generating. I might replace this with. I might rename this function to like. What we can also do is, first of all, is extract the radius used in random radius. And these things. If I open my settings here. What are you guys? Floats, right? Float. Random. A random radian should always be like that. We want random radius min to be, let's default to 2, fine. Max, let's say 4. And I'm just going to pull this stuff out of U. And silly. Low-level engineering, you like having control, especially in game gen. You find engines to assume a lot of ways you can use stuff. Fair enough. That's sort of what we're doing here, right? It's nice to have full control over all your rubbish. You can be in here actually. We're not. We're not instructing you later. Part of what makes Godot awesome is if you want to skip all the funkiness, you can just take over the engine. Yeah, that's quite cool. That seems like a cool engine. Maybe I'd poke it next time if I wanted to use my own, or if I wanted to use a pre-built one. Let's see, so now we've extracted random radius here. If we go to our game, we can just add them in here. Slider float. Slider float. Bam, 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 bam. And let's say 0 to 10 on both. It's fine. Hit 5. Should I already add my zoom control? I meant to extract the level like the ability to zoom out and pop that in here. Alright, enemy needs to stop shooting me. Let's see. Yeah, I think it would be nice to be able to zoom out, wouldn't it? Let me see. Level generator system. No. Action responder system. We've got, scale. Or did I already delete that? I guess I deleted it. Okay, hang on. I've got this in my... Trello. Trello. I have a quality of life for me thing. Move zoom controls to mgui. Just copy this. Game. Don't need this. In a moment. You're not too late. No, we only started an hour ago. I've been doing stuff with the level generator. Biggest blow in modern games is the graphics there. Oh yeah. You want to build tailored systems to the requirements of the game and not use a huge framework or libraries that have to ship with your game. I mean, that's fair. My game's like a couple of megabytes, I think. And that's in debug mode. Maybe it's like a couple hundred now. Like, I've been pretty inefficient, I'll be honest. There's like a bunch of textures and stuff being loaded. I don't actually know how big the EXE is. We can just check. It used to be really small. How big are you? It's 9,000 kilobytes. So it's 9 megabytes. The game is under 9 megabytes. Not bad, though. And that's just an EXE, like, you could just chuck that. I could send this to you and you would be able to run the game. You know? And with debug symbols. So you should pop that on release mode and... Well, let's just say. It doesn't include the data, though, I think. The data would need to be packed in, so you'd also want to include the size of the, pixel art. They're probably not very big. EXE is the compiled assembly side of it. The EXE is compiled, yes. Now, I think this won't work, because I haven't used view zoom scale in a while. What? Where did you come from? Is VS Code okay? Something's wrong. Where do I put the local player stuff? Probably in debug, right? Hello, back up. No idea how things work. I guess it was treating that 10 as a double. See if this works. This doesn't seem to be working. I might just be ignoring it though. Oh, you're not a ref. That's probably why. I think I'm only checking stuff with it. I'm not actually setting stuff usually. Oh. Oh, it totally works. Actually works surprisingly well. Hang on, that's sick. Let's clamp it between 0 and 1. Isn't that sick? Basically, my point is now I can zoom out and just regenerate the level constantly and see how it looks. Oh, I should give them my... Sorry, I keep forgetting. Rocket. You should have a... revolver. It should be basic. Stop hitting me with those predicted aim shenanigans. Oh god. Ah. Sorry, I'm gonna reload the window and something's fucked up. I don't know what it is. I mean, it's a Brotato. I haven't played Brotato. Google it, because I've heard about it. No, I don't think it's going to be like this. Is this an Edmund McMillan game, or it just looks like one? I don't think it is it? No, I think just from the look on Google Images, this is like a wave shooter. But not quite. What is Brotato? 2013, 2023. Oh, it's not, bro. It's not a Edmund Millen. It just looks like one. By a French studio called Blobfish. Okay. Is it a big popular game? Because I've heard about it, but I was looking at it and I've never seen it before. I've only ever heard the name. I keep thinking of like Guacamelee, I think, when people say Brotato. Anyway, look. I can now zoom all the way out and see the whole level. This is what's getting generated. You've never seen it at a scale like this before. Isn't this amazing? Oh, the mouse cursor is not moving in line with the level generator. I knew something was going to be wrong. I don't know what... Oh, Saturday Night Live? I have no thoughts on Saturday Night Live. I also don't watch English TV. Yeah, look, now you can see what the level looks like when it generates. Isn't that cool? Quite different each time. We need to fix this cursor not being where it should be. It actually looks like kind of sick. Oh, I love Taskmaster, but that shit's on YouTube. Hang on. Local player. It does look cool. It's just not very... Right now, it's not very, consistent. Like, sometimes it will make, like, a blob in the middle, and sometimes it will go off. I'd rather it decided. Like, I can force it to stay in the same sort of area by when it picks a random radius, it's more likely to pick one that's 180 degrees away. I'm sure there's a way to do that. Doesn't look like guacamole. No, but I think about the word guacamole. If you say brotato, I think about guacamole because it's like... It's like some... I don't know, my brain just puts them together. I guess it says potato in it, and it's got like another word squished with it. You like this music? This is Pokemon. You get currency by killing monsters and buy weapons and upgrades. It's pretty complex. Yeah, I mean, that part will be similar enough. Also, hello, Fitzgerald. Portmanteau? What? Oh, is it a portmanteau? Yeah, maybe. Now this is going to bite me in the ass, because when I was working on this before, I said I wasn't going to bother with, zoom scale. Oh, there it is. This should probably be getting scaled by view zoom scale, right? How did I start learning code? Doing Game Maker like 20 years ago. The music reminds you of Metal Slug. Pokemon Gold? I don't remember the Metal Slug music. Anyway, is that on Steam now? Can you just play Metal Slug? You don't have to like play it in an arcade. I'm sure it was on a console, but it wasn't one I had. Maybe machine gun. What? Yeah, this isn't. I don't know if this will work. Metal Slug 3 is on Steam. Oh. I feel like dividing that by view zoom scale might not be correct. Oh no, it was. I'm actually really quite smart, even though I don't talk about it much. Just kidding. I did seem to solve the problem I was having there. Yeah, now you can see the level. So now, you should be able to see what each, like... This video game we were obsessed with. I don't know. Pokemon Blue. Pets 3D. Zoom Beanies. Snake on the Nokia. Snake 2. I guess. Now I can see what these actually do. When I increase the room gen chance, it makes the levels sort of big and splotchy like this. When I decrease the room gen chance, it makes everything a bit... Honestly, maybe the rooms just ruin it as well. That's possible. Like, without the rooms, the levels kind of fuck. Oh, I crashed it. In the level generator system, I don't know, what about you, chat? What game were you obsessed with as a kid? Generate floor. I'm gonna actually, game. Using scale. Let's increase this. Commander Keen? Really? Commander Keen. Like the DOS game. I guess I liked Team Hospital, but I don't think I was playing that. Theme Park Inc. was really good. Step forward angle, but an angle modifier. So yeah, right now it just gets a random angle. A truly random angle. What I could do is allow you to clamp that. So it'd be an yeah. What do I do with spread? Oh, I have everyone have their rooms. I guess it doesn't have to be random angle. Do you understand any of this? I can explain it. We have a thing going around doing this. Apparently it's just randomly, every step it just randomly picks a new direction to go with no rhyme or reason. So you end up with very weird shapes. Like sometimes it just stays in the middle. Sometimes it goes off like this. This is not black magic. I'm explaining it. Like the level is generated by a thing going around making lines. And then I draw tiles over there. It's not an NPC. It's the floors you see in the map. You know, it's a random shape. And it's just a thing going on a path. I'm saying that maybe as it takes a step, instead of picking a like completely random direction out of 360 degrees, you could have like a field of view cone and it picks a direction within this. It's a level generator I'm talking about. Yeah, who's texting me? That's my friend. You guys had mate? Like drink? That's what I'm suggesting. Right now it picks a random angle, but we could do this differently. So instead of going between 0.5 fpi and 0.5 fpi, could I mean, I could just extract this to the settings. Hang on a moment. Where is settings again? Here we go. Is random angle being used for lots of things, right? It's just this. Okay, great. Let's say float random Roomba random angle max. like that. And then we pull this out of here. Put it in here. It only matters on level generation right now. We don't need it to change during generation right now. Okay, that should work. And then we just need to go to game. And let's see. Level generation, this part. Put this in here. Make it point at this. And we want it to max out at 0.5 F. And I guess start at 0. So, you'll see what this does. Hello, Common. What am I making? Level generator. I mean, I'm updating my level generator, let's say. Let's see. We can zoom out. Isn't this cool? Zoom all the way out. I can make this bigger for you if you'd like to see a bit better. We're just tweaking the level generator a bit. So right now it's, as the little guy goes around drawing his path, you see what I mean? Where I drew in paint, I did a bunch of random scribbles. That is functionally how the level is generated. So it would have started here and just bumbled around doing this. Something like that. You see, sometimes he sort of stays in one area because he only moves like... He's not restricted enough, I guess this is what I want to say. Can you make it with lesser knowledge than me? I mean, I started with the same amount of knowledge you had. I wasn't born with like game development knowledge. This is all trial and error and researching and trying things and making stuff up. You could certainly do this. Without a doubt. So let's see, if we change this down to 0, are you going to crash? No. You see how if I set it so the thing... Let's make myself move really quick. You see how when I restrict its path to just 0, it just moves to the right always. Right? You get the idea? So if I now make it only move a little bit, we'll sometimes see it go like a curve, right? Isn't that cool? And if I increase the angle just a little bit more, now he's making all sorts of weird shapes. Bloody hell. This is kind of cool. How do you make it more or less consistent between generations? I mean, it's just tweaking values, isn't it? Let's turn on no clip. We can just go through walls now. From a gameplay angle, a level like this would look... Well, I'm moving very quick, obviously, but, you know, you'd be running through a level like this. Kind of works. I zoom back out again. We can make it so there's loads of rooms being spawned that are big. That's going to crash. That's way too much. Hang on. If it takes too long, the game like just crashes. I haven't really thought of a fix for that, but that's okay. Restrict the angle like this to make it more tunnely. It only needs to be restricted a little bit. It doesn't need to be restricted massively. Even something like this just generates more tunnels. I mean, you're right in the sense that, like, hang on, player, no clip, speed. You're right in the sense that, like, there's not much consistency between levels. That's kind of the downside of procedural generation. That's the downside. You don't get to design the level. That being said, having the ability to just click a button and regenerate the level, and then doing it 100 times, and if each time it looks kind of like a level you'd want to play, then you've ended up with a good algorithm, right? Nothing fancier than that. How did you reach where you are now? If you start, how much time would it take for you to do this? That's a philosophical question. I mean, I've been fucking around with programming since I was like a child. Dude, to experience my life, you'd have to experience my life, which is not This is the Dragon's Den theme from Gen 2 Pokemon. We don't have the same life, but what do you want to do? What do you want to do? Do you have a particular game in mind you want to make, or do you just want to create stuff? Because a good way to start is just doing a little research and following some guides and just see how you feel. You could start with a game engine, you could watch some YouTube guides, maybe watch some game dev vlogs. You're 21, how can you create stuff? Or what do you want to make? Just stuff or anything in particular? Like anything you're really thinking, oh yeah, that would be sick? Seven. Would you like to, like, did you have a game as a kid you liked playing that you'd like to try making a clone of? You tried writing your own game engine. You're watching that. That's what you're looking at. Sort of. I'm not using a game engine. Nothing particularly, just want to start any project. Oh, that's great. Do you have any programming experience or just nothing? If you don't have any experience, I might recommend just looking up like a Unity or a Godot or like a Game Maker tutorial. See how you like the vibe of it. Those are popular engines. And just try cracking at it. This is not vibe coding, no. I mean, it's vibe in the sense that I'm feeling a vibe. I'm using my like brain that I was been like working on for the last like 28 odd years or something. But like we're doing level generator stuff, so in the sense that I'm getting a vibe for how the level looks at, sure. But I don't know, obviously that's not what you mean. Honestly, this is kind of sick. This like snaky design with a 0.3 on the random rotation is kind of nice. Like this feels like a playable level. It's a bit long, mind you. I would restrict that a bit. This feels like a decent little level. It does look cool, thank you. It will not be a Tom Bowser Easter egg. I mean, maybe, I don't know. Like I can't add Bowser Easter eggs. You can see how adding the rooms like fuzzes the edge of the level a bit. I'm actually amazed at how performant this is. If I spawn loads of rooms, the level becomes this massive like arena. Or if I always spawn a room, but it's got small number of floors, then you get this very raggedy approach. You have a little experience in languages like Java or Python. Why not Google and see if Godot... What song is this? Have you guys not played Pokemon? I swear it's the most popular media franchise on the planet. I'm astounded. I could swear like a fifth of the Earth's population has played Pokemon. This is the SS Aqua theme from Gen 2. I kind of like this. Hang on. Link 3. Anyway, I have other thoughts on how the level should work, by the way. I kind of think we should generate, like, spokes. So, what I could do is teleport the Roomba back to the start, and then have it make a second go in the opposite direction. So I can get, like, 2 levels generated at once. Or 4. Pokemon's not mainstream in the last 10 years. Is it not? I thought it was like uber popular, with millennials having kids and getting their like Gen Alpha kids to play Pokemon and stuff. Okay. What should you Google? Google something like this. I have not used Godot. You could try Unity as well. If you're saying that you have some experience with Java, I don't think you'd find C# that weird. And so if you're really starting at 0, don't be afraid. Just basically pick something to do based on how cool it looks. Don't think about, is this the right way to do things? Is this the wrong way to do things? Is this a good tutorial? Just think, would this be cool? Because if you think it's cool, there's a better chance you'll actually finish the guide and learn something. If you find it kind of boring and shit, then you're more likely to quit, and then that's not a particularly good use of your time. You might not enjoy that. What's most important is, oh shit, champion, gym leader music. The most important thing is game dev should be fun. And if you're not having fun, then something's wrong. That's a very slow rocket. Yeah, just try stuff, break stuff. The best way to learn is to make stupid mistakes, right? So the more mistakes you can make, the more you learn. I know. So try and break stuff. Like if you're following a guide and they say do this, see what happens if you don't do that. You know? It sucks. I see now why the guide told me to do that. I think that's important. But, you know. Like PC specs, I have no fucking idea. Like a 4080 Ti Super or something. Bonkers 4070 Super something. I don't know. I don't remember what my CPU is. It's like a 7700X or something. Some Ryzen from a couple of years ago. I got my GPU before Sam Altman like fucked the market. So I think my GPU was not particularly expensive. I think if you buy the same GPU now, it probably costs you like 2 livers. But the time I bought it was decent price. So I'm very happy about that. Also, you say, do I have a job? Like 4 people asked me that on yesterday's stream, and it's like a recent thing. Is there like an internet trend for like quitting your job? Or is it's just like a complete coincidence? Because I've been streaming for a very long time, and this is like a really recent thing I've been seeing in chat. I'm wondering if it's a trend. Maybe I should be more with your spec. We're in debug mode. Every single entity on the screen has a debug symbol associated with it, and if I pause, I can look it up in a variable table, so of course it's going to run down badly. Maybe AI layoffs. I guess that's a fair point. I do have a job, mind you. But, yeah. I would not worry about the FPS of a game in debug mode with 0 optimizations applied. I will ask you if you have a job every stream. Oh, was it you the other day? In which case, fair enough, it's just one guy. That makes more sense. Man, the regular zoom scale looks insane now. Also, the game's FPS is capped. Like, it can go up to like a few thousand. It's capped at 480, so not bad, huh? Anyway, whatever level I was generating here looked okay. Let me just note this stuff down. Settings, U. It's actually just default to 0.3. And then... something like that. You get the idea. We haven't played around with the random radius size stuff, have we? We can play around with them. You draw all the textures. Yes. They're base bright. Here's the program I use. Here's my tile map. Cool, isn't it? College did I go to? I'm not telling you that. I think college is not that important. What's your thoughts on this? I think college is insanely important. I think it's really valuable to have higher education. You learn all sorts that if you were to be left to your own devices, you'd probably find boring or not particularly interesting and not bother learning. But when you're like 18, your views on the world are skewed by the fact that you were recently a child, so... You know, if you're 30 looking back at your 18-year-old self, would you trust your choices? Probably not. So if you go into higher education, like college and university, you're functionally forced by massive debt to learn stuff that you might otherwise not have bothered to, which are quite valuable. So I think it's useful. You can get a good varied education and learn all sorts. There were downsides to my university, but that was mostly that I was just drinking a lot. It's not the university's fault. And there were some classes I couldn't give a shit about, like business studies or whatever, where you have to like review papers. I didn't care about that, but maybe I'd be saying other things if I went into business, I don't know. But there were a bunch of courses I did not care for at the time that, looking back, were actually really useful. Everything to do with like teamwork, for example, massively useful. I think it probably matters which uni you go to. I went to a pretty shit university. My education might have been better if I went to a better one. I've spoken to colleagues in the Netherlands that say, like, at their uni they were like building robots and stuff. I was drinking like 20 cans of Guinness a week and making a mini golf game. But you know, it worked out, right? Did it work out? Yeah, maybe. This is looking nice. That being said, this main room's kind of huge. Yeah, I wanted to make it so the area around the character is always guaranteed to be traversable a bit more, because I think there is a small chance that you spawn in like a pretty small area, right? Especially if I make the distance small. Yeah. I think the player should at least have like a 3x3 space near them. That's what I think. So let's say, not just are we going to add room, but we'll also, it would be cool if we could like pass like a pattern drawn like from a bitmap image into a room. You get me? Like if I had a sprite that's like, I don't know, let's say 10 by 10, and I draw this, I think it would be kind of cool if I could read this bitmap into the game and be like, treat all the white pixels as floors and all the black pixels as ignore them, and then draw a map like this, like a room. Doesn't that sound kind of sick? I think that sounds kind of sick. Thank you, Bowser. I'll also say I don't really drink much anymore, so that's my personal growth. It turns out it's really bad for you. I don't know if anyone tells you this, but it's like toxic. It's like a poison. I swear they don't want you to know that stuff. Big alcohol. Alright. Should I write that? I feel like there should be a way to load the pixels from a bitmap image in this framework. Mini golf game might lead to a future where you make a game everyone loves. Oh, maybe. I mean, maybe this game's cool. The mini golf game was already good. I had people speedrunning it, although I don't think I saved the score anywhere. You can see it here. Mini golf? I had it on my YouTube channel somewhere. Like Woolen's golf game or something. What did I call it? Golf? Procedural. I mean, it's called procedural golf. I don't know what the YouTube title was. Oh, here we go. You can have a look here. It was 7 years ago. Fucking hell. This was cool. This was a functional thing. I was pretty proud of this. I'm actually reusing some of my ideas from this in this game. If you look through this, you'll see room generation. This sort of yellowish orange room, path length, turn chance, room chance, obstacle chance, all that. That's what we're using right now. It's like an extension of that idea where you move around and bob down a room. It's so cool. Alright, let me think. texture. What information do I have access to here? I might want to ask Donut about this, because he'd know, because this is his thing. But is there like a way for me to parse a bitmap? If not, I'm sure there's a way to just do it in C++ normally. I just feel like it'd be kind of sick if I could, like... do that. I'll send him a message. He's probably doing something. He's offline. Hi Donut, any idea how I could load a bitmap image by your framework and pass the pixel data in an array? I'd like to draw room masks in Aseperite and convert the black/white pixels to floors tiles so I can draw a variety of room shapes to use. Thought it might be cool. And then I'll send him an example. Oh, hello. I feel like he'd know. He's pretty smart. This, for example. You're starving, you're gonna eat something. Have fun, Mr. Tongue. Thanks for popping in. What on earth are you saying, Mona's Cook? How do I mod someone? Okay. What am I doing? The room thing. I might wait on Donut for that. Oh, I wanted to experiment and see what the random room radians would look like. We should call this radian and not angle, but let's not talk about it. Alright, hello mouse. Let's try to distance. This is what the level normally would look like, right? Pretty typical, right? When it's generating a room, it uses this random radian thing to decide where to put it. I set them both to 0. Oh, it's crashing. Oh, actually, where does that crash? That'd be handy to know. Invalid sigma argument for normal distribution. Okay, yeah, but where's the breakpoint? There we go. Oh, that's easy enough. Then in game, this just needs to be not 0. Let's just say 0.1f. And then instead of this, let's say like maybe 5f. I know you can't see the screen, the game crashed. I was just adjusting these. Okay. Maybe if the cursor's off screen, it should... I mean, like, I've made it stick on purpose instead of just going to the middle, but... Maybe I should make it snap. Whatever, let me think. Generate blah 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 blah. If I decrease these both... Whereas if I increase this... Increase both. This is roughly what I expected. About from 1 to 5. I think you want some rooms, right? Getting into Kanto. Yeah, honestly, the one I ended up with looked fine. I'm kind of just fucking around, but I do think it's interesting, right? Basically, I want the game to, like... toggle full screen. I want the game to, Oh, did I crash it? No. I want it to have like a bunch of cover and stuff, so I think having a map like this kind of makes sense. You can kind of dodge in and out. Big empty room like this would be kind of scary. Man, this looks cool. I think min room size of 3 does make sense. Make the rooms a bit more likely. This kind of level looks kind of sick, doesn't it? I love that it sometimes does like a loop-de-loop. If I make it like this is how it used to render stuff. You just end up with a lot of blobs in the middle. 0.3 is okay. Maybe even 0.2 might be nice. Mind you, this is a massive level, but... Gameplay-wise, this kind of matches the thoughts I was having, because I want it to be like a kind of close quarters game, right? I turn off full screen, you guys can see the whole thing. I want it to be like a sort of close quarters game, so this kind of makes sense. We just sort of move around, like scanning the edge. You obviously got the mini-map to show you where enemies are. Let's try spawning some mice. I definitely need to have something that like doesn't bother calculating their AI if they're like miles off screen. Like I don't need mice that are like 20 trillion miles away like having AI. How do they see me? I also think I'm gonna make it so like your camera moves further from you. Damn. Yeah, this kind of works. Maybe a little bit more turns. And then maybe we increase the radius max a bit. Funny that you sometimes will just end up with a level that's really small. What you could do is, like, if the map is smaller than a certain size, you can just assume it's been contained, and then you could just regenerate it until that doesn't happen. After all, it is random. And each time you could make it smaller and smaller. Up to like a max number of attempts. That's an interesting thought. Hang on, let me note this stuff down. The levels we're generating here looks okay. Let's say... I know you can't see the game or the code. Yeah, let's think about that actually. I don't know how you'd really define a min-room size. I mean, you'd calculate it just by saying lowest, largest, X and Y. And if it's less than an amount you want, then you just generate the map again. I was having this thought about, like, at the end of the level, just putting the rumba back down and, like, making it go again. How would that look? It'd make it so the level generator passes in this stuff, so you could just run it as much as you want. Yeah, why not? It could generate its own Roomba each time, that's kind of okay. This way, I think you can just run the same generator like twice if you wanted to, right? So this should just work the exact same way we were seeing earlier, right? It should just make a level that looks normal. I think I should start spawning in like objects on the map that you can hit, like bushes and stuff. There should be like breakable things. Interesting that it goes off screen for you. Oops. Yeah, it generates the level once. But if I make them, let's say the max steps is only 300. Let me just run it twice. How's that look? I think it is generating multiple times, right? It totally is. I'm int generation cycles. This is where it could start getting really laggy. Essentially, if you want to run the level generator like 7 times, it's 7 times slower, if that makes sense. That's crashing. What's wrong, little guy? No reason for it to be an int other than the fact that I want it to be tied to imgui. That requires me to use an int for this, I think. I'm sure there's a way to make it work otherwise. Interesting. Maybe I should make you zoom out a little bit further. 0.25 maybe. Yeah? Oh, again. Why not you in 32T? So it can work with imgui. Maybe imgui is a way to work with those other things, but it doesn't really matter in this sense. Amazing reallib. I'm not using matelib. But yeah. For this case, it's a small number. I mean, ideally it would really just be a UN8T. It doesn't need to be a 32T. This sort of thing doesn't really matter for that. I wanted to change the zoom in game, and that's up here. Wow, what a tune. 0.25, here we go. Now we can zoom out just a little bit more. I'm gonna skip this one. The Printer song from Pokemon Crystal, not really a banger. If you would like to launch, that would be like really nice. There we go. I don't like it to like always fill up a certain amount of space. How about I have it fit to screen? Keep signed places where you never need it, so it's ooh. Yeah, but it also doesn't matter. This is being used to decide how many times I'm rerunning the level generator. The premature optimization of deciding use a U in 8T or an int or whatever is not going to save anything. Realistically, it's not. That sort of thing is not worth worrying about. IMO. Good as a general rule, sure. We do try to use decently sized vars where needed, but in this case it doesn't really matter. We're just experimenting with the level generator. The game is not on Steam though. It's on stream. You get the idea. You'll notice what you're watching. But yeah, if I increase the generation cycles to 2, we should see 2 levels getting generated at once on top of each other. And the Roomba should always start from the middle, ideally. Guessing he does. If I increase that to 3, I'm going to start lowering the max steps a bit. And also no enemies need to spawn. Should be 3 paths being generated here. Kind of hard to tell. Let's not have any rooms, no enemies. No rooms, none of that. I just want to see 3 snakes. About 5. Kind of works, doesn't it? Looks a little frightening, but this is the way the Roomba works. If we just let it go by itself, it'll generate a space like this. Am I going to publish it? Probably, one day. In the distant future. Oh cool, what I did work. So I can increase this size now. Let's see. If I generate 4, we do indeed get 4 paths. I'm thinking I could kick them off in different directions as well. Like to try and equally space them out. I could in level generator. Roomba. Here we go. So, as he steps forwards, he gets a different angle modifier. But the Roomba's angle starts off at 0, I think. What I could do is, as it starts, when I construct it, the angle could be like an equal split of how many generation cycles we have. So if we were to pick a direction by default, he would go to the right. But if there's 2, one go to the right, one will go to the left. And if there's 3, we'd have like sort of the Mercedes icon. And if there's, you get the idea, right? Just a starter to make it more likely that they generate off on their own path. You know? I am drawing my own sprites, yes. And I don't think this math should be terribly difficult. I think we just need to divide I by the number of generation cycles, and then make that its starting radian. Is that right? Does that sound right? With radians, pi is half. It's a half circle, right? So we want this number. That's pi. Hang on. Starting angle offset. So it's this number, and then that divided by generation cycles. Is that into float? Yeah, you can be float, that's okay. This is just a rough idea. I don't know if this is really going to work, but you kind of get the idea, right? Let's see. Float, Roomba, start, angle. Dot, angle equals this. We could even set off, we could even give it a different, yeah. We could even give it a different, position if we really wanted to. Let's just pop this in the header. I think multiply by I would make it 0. Multiply by I plus 1. Well, multiply by I is okay actually, because then starting at 0. Oh no, we don't want to start at 0. Or do we? Yeah, we do. Hang on, let me think. This is a full circle, not a half circle. I think. So if we had 2 floors, we'd have starting angle offset is 1 multiplied by pi, which is a half circle. So you would want to start on 0, and then the next one you want to add that. So I think I multiplied by starting angle offset is valid, because multiplying by 0 here would give us 0, which we do want. Right? And then this probably wants to be static caster float. That's fine. Let's see. It's just an idea. What version of C++ is this? I think it's 20. Pretty sure it's 20. Oh, this is the end of the soundtrack. It's 2 hours long, pretty much on the dot. That's crazy. Alright, need to find some new music to listen to. Let's think. Ooh, Link to the Past enhanced soundtrack. This was a good one. Hope you can hear the music okay. So as we generate normally, we shouldn't see much different. In fact, if I set the angle to be pretty low, we should see it mostly just go off to the right. Which it does. We could even add a heuristic, so it's more likely to stick in the direction it started at. But if I increase the generation cycles, I should expect it to always start in opposite directions. Oh shit, it worked! Or with 2 at least. Is it gonna work with 3? We can lower the rooms a little bit. Hang on, maybe I'm like really fucking smart. Careful with the 4 one. This is sick. Hang on. Isn't this sick? Because my idea was, at least some of the levels, was that you'd want to search to the end of each spoke, basically. For whatever reason. Hang on, this is awesome. So if I just increase the angle a little bit, they'll start to sort of merge together. What I could make it do is this could be modified by how far it is from the center. So like when it's close to the center, it could be Get tunnels with offshoots. Tunnels with offshoots could do that as well. Pretty cool idea, actually. Because yeah, now I've modified the generate floor function. It just runs the floor generation code for some amount of time, right? So I could totally just like grab a random floor and tell it to create tunnels. That's a really good idea. Because I thought about just continuing from the end, but then I wasn't really sure what that would accomplish. But yeah, like if this is a level and like at the end of each spoke is like a button you need to press or a mini boss or something. Let's say it's like quite a long level. This might crash. Yeah, it crashed. This works. Okay. Cool. Let me think for a second. Tunnels. Tunnels with offshoot. And now we could make it so hang on a moment. We could make it so it just picks a couple of random floors and generates tunnels off there. Just for now, to see how that would look, right? Let's just say, like, number tunnels. And, I don't know. Tunnel length. Tunnel max length. Maybe we just use distance for now, just to see. God, Imgui's so cool. So functionally, it's just the same as generation cycles right now. But the idea would be, we generate all the floors, and then for all tunnels, we run generate floor with start position being set to a random floor tile coordinate. So I guess we can have generate floor, remember start angle, and we can have a vec2, remember start position. Generate floor, blah, 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 blah. Can't you have default arguments like this? It's unused. Yeah, that's okay. You're an iVec2. You're a Vec2. Oh, it's the wrong way around. Fine. Right, well, whatever. It doesn't really matter in this case. You can do it in the header, maybe. Alright, anyway, we need to pick a random position. So, const auto tunnel position equals something. You're looking into C++26. They simplified some things. Switch has evolved with pattern matching. Yeah, I heard something about that. Expressive handling of objects and types. They introduced standard print. Yeah, I mean, everyone's been using FMT format anyway, right? And they're printing stuff out. Or FMT print line, sorry. Expected in error pass. Yeah, that one's nice. Unfortunately, I'm sure I won't see use for like another 10 years. Let's see, Vec 2 tunnel position. Are you a Vec 3? Oh, if I build first. Alright, let's just pick a random position. So... How random does it need to be? The game's running. Let's just do something sketchy for now. Random floor. Iterator, kinda. Zero to floor tile coordinates dot size. Don't know how broken this could be. It's a explicit in copy construction. Okay. I can't do this? You're a size T, you want a int. How about I make you a size T? Obviously you as well. And then I don't need this. I do need that. Okay. Final position is floor tile coordinates at floor tile random floor iter. Don't know if this is valid. No subscript. Oh, is there dot at? Oh, floor tile coordinates is a map, or it's a set, right? Is there no way? It's unordered. I thought maybe there was a way to me to grab just like something from it. Is there a way to do this? I understand that it's an unordered set, so maybe there's not really a trivial way to do this. Not using Pragma once. Portability. Although Pragma once is available in most things, it's still not, to my knowledge, it's still not like in the spec, right? Like it's not guaranteed to be supported by everything, right? It's also it's what I use at work as well, so it's habit, I'll be honest. It's small. It's habit. I'm gonna Google this. There must be a way. C++ get random element from unordered set. Is there a way to do that? It doesn't have any 0, 1 access because I guess everything within is sort of... Is everything linked to the next item with sort of like a linked list in unordered set? I don't remember because it's unordered. That would be weird, right? Okay, it seems non-trivial. In which case I'm being stupid. So, instead of that, I am going to... Ooh, how do I do this then? Hang on a moment. This is dumb, whatever I've just done here. There's not really a trivial way to know where to generate a tunnel from randomly. I could do it while generating the floor, obviously. But then I'd be iterating through... Oh, maybe not, actually. Maybe that's fine. Now, generate floor. Maybe this is okay. As it steps forward, as it makes a room, it could do a random... If random... percentage, I don't know, random engine is less than, let's say 0.5. Hang on, is random percentage of int? It is. If it's less than 2, then run the whole algorithm again. That seems problematic. From angle, I don't know if I have that. Maybe rumba dot angle plus I, and then position would be rumba dot pos, and then I'm just going to very hackily have a static int number of tunnels equals 0 plus number of tunnels before. if number of tunnels is less than, let's just say, let's put a hard cap on 5 for now. That should stop the game from, like, being in an infinite loop. I don't know, do you use Pragma once? I know it should be fine, but... Oh, a little slower, obviously. God mode, here we go. Let's see, if I make the max steps much smaller, spawn no enemies, no rooms. We should see... When room size 0, no, that can be something else. Occasionally we should see a tunnel. Maybe I make the max steps a little longer. It's hard to tell if it's a tunnel. Obviously number of tunnels is not being used, so maybe I should be using that instead of 5. Hard to tell, isn't it? We should be seeing like up to 6. It's hard to say. Oh, I can just put a breakpoint in. No tunnels. It's never generating a tunnel, is that? Okay, it's currently not generating any tunnels. Hang on a moment. Oh, it's because it's static in. It gets reset. Hang on, I'm being dumb. It gets reset. It doesn't get reset. I'm being dense. Generate floor. I could pass that stuff through the Roomba, I guess. Explicit Roomba. I kind of want you to construct it now. Hang on, is there a way to... Because all these things have default constructors, right? Even if I remove the, like, default initialization, there's nothing, like, forcing you from using this. There must be an easier way to do this. Oh yeah, obviously you can do it in the, like that. Yeah, that's fine. And then we can get rid of the default constructor. Default initializers. Is there a shorthand for doing this? Basically, not letting you construct it unless you use the explicit constructor. But is there like a shorthand for writing this? Like, would it just be that, for example? Oh, maybe not. Equals default? Yeah, actually, maybe that's it. Just equals default. Roomba. So what we're actually going to do is pass in a Roomba copy. Should be passing in the settings, probably. 99% sure you're safe, but it can be less secure than if and def in NFS distributed systems. The compiler doesn't always detect the different paths point to the same file. Okay. I mean, we work on embed stuff, so... I guess it's just good to be handy. You don't know if it's used specifically, but there's plenty of games with random generation. It's making you think of Pikmin 2 caves. It is cool how Pikmin 2 caves work there, isn't it? Yeah, this is odd. Anyway, generate floor. Roomba, Roomba. Zero, zero, zero. Unused. Okay, that's fun. I guess I could do plus equals. It's functionally the same. Is it? Nah. Let's do this. I like this more. I basically just want to maintain the number of tunnels, but maybe this is an over... too much, maybe. I'd like to pass in the settings to this. Or if not settings, I'd at least like to pass in max number of tunnels. Let's just pass in settings, so I think it's handy to have that stuff. Level generator setting. Oh, I've got settings already. This settings. Hang on, you should have access to this stuff. This and settings dot mac number tunnels. I mean, we could have tunnel charts as well. Extract that. I don't know. We'll leave it on 2 for now. Hit 7. While it's thinking about this, I can actually write that. Tunnel chance. Say that's 2. Grab that. Tunnel chance. Blah 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 blah. So another 2. So settings dot tunnel chance. Very cool. Very epic game. Blah. Slider int. One of these. Tunnel chance. One of those. One of those. Tunnel chance. Very cool. Okay. Bam. Let's try again. Hope you guys can hear the really cool Zelda music. Oh, you're a Vec 2 for your pause, right? Vec 2 and then a float. Pause equals 0.f. Oh. I guess this... Oh, you should be able to do this. Okay, fine. Maybe... I kind of thought this would work. I guess I can use bracket initialization like it's 1970. This is the first time I'm playing around with this. Oh. I think I should have had a better name than Roomba. Do you think that's copyrighted? Find a variable when it's seen as part. The framework I'm using suggests using this, so I do. I'm using libdonut to handle as an interface between SDL2 and OpenGL, because I couldn't be asked to do the drawing code for this when I started it about 6 years ago or something. Yeah. This project started 2020, and then we sort of restarted it in 2023 or so. And at the time I wasn't confident it was a good use of my time to do OpenGL development. I wanted to do game dev, so I skipped that by using a framework. Perhaps now I'd give it a go, but I'm quite glad. I've made excellent progress with what I have, and I think if I'd have also been building a graphics pipeline, we might still be drawing triangles. And yeah, Donut suggests using this. You'd have to ask him. Anyway, I'm fucking up something here. So I'm just gonna just go back to how it used to be, back when things were simpler. Oops. You're an engineer. I am a software engineer, yeah. But I'm not terribly old, so 6 years is quite a long time, right? When I started this project, I was not quite as experienced. And if you see the things I'm struggling with right now, imagine how I was towards the start of my career. It's been going fast the last month. Thanks for noticing. It has, hasn't it? I'm actually, like, insanely proud of all this stuff. Well, did you see the wall stuff? Like, all this, like, auto-tiling? We did this, like, yesterday. We got it working. Like, this auto-tiling stuff, this took fucking forever. Isn't it beautiful? Anyway. Oops. So glad I added this F2 button so I can just put this back on screen. You hear me working, oh, you didn't see the final product? Oh, yeah. That is. Alright, let's spawn 3 channels. Is it gonna crash? Hang on, if we have no enemies, no floor, or no rooms, just like that, and we have it so the Roomba goes in a normal direction. Doesn't this look kind of frightening? Min room size 3 is fine, so you can cull out all those single dots. Oh, Roomba extra tiles, distance. Oh, that's not right. Oh, we do want Roomba extra tiles. That's how many tiles around the side of the Roomba it draws. I was trying to remember what that was. So you can increase the thickness of the line. If I make this 2, each line will be 2 wide. I completely forgot I made this. That's so smart. Okay, thanks me. Ask me. You're trying to make a game with mono develop in C#, but it's hard to do everything sprite sounds coding. Oh yeah. Nice work. I mean, I guess we're doing similar enough things, right? I don't know too much about mono develop, but I know it's got a lot less built in than Unity. Let's say that. Hang on, isn't this kind of sick though? Like, even if I set the distance pretty small, the number of tunnels it generates looks kind of cool. If I increase the tunnel chance, it should generate a ton near the spawn. Looks kind of like a weird octopus thing, doesn't it? I fucking love the Dark World. I went to a Zelda concert the other week, and they played a fucking medley of this song, and it was fucking beautiful. Oh my god. Oh my god. How spaghettified do you want your octopus to be? I need to fix that. This might be one of my favorite Zelda songs. I have a Super Nintendo, it just doesn't work. I need to fix it. I don't know what part of it doesn't work. I think it's the video out. I just need to get like a satellite cable or something. What is it, coax? What's the weird output that I'm not using? I've been trying to use the normal Nintendo like component cable, but it doesn't work. Super Nintendo wants to leave that. Hey Bowser. Hey Bow. It's working. Prince of Persia. Wasn't that also on Super Nintendo? Yeah, the game crashes if you add too many tunnels. If I put this into release mode, do you think it would just let me go bonkers crazy style? You're too hopelessly enamored by Link's Awakening and its music to truly appreciate this track. Doesn't Link's Awakening have a song that's like a remix of this? Maybe not. Because Link's Awakening was originally going to be like a Game Boy port of LTTP, right? My true goal in life is not to make a nuclear throne clone, but it's to make a Into the Past clone. But, good lord, I'm not smart enough to write a good story. You guys will fucking laugh when you hear what I've written for this one. And thank god it's going to have good gameplay to carry it. Right? Oh, I set you 2 pi. Oh my god, I am stupid. No, little German boy, don't go into the cave. Oh my god, this cave is full of blunt smoking. Do you remember that fucking Tumblr meme? I was thinking about it the other day. Little German boy going into the room full of blunt smoke. That shit makes me fucking laugh. You know what I got reminded of the other day? The fucking, I thought it was a Vine, maybe it's not. The guy that says, like, there are no coincidences, and he like, I think the same guy reminds me a bit of like an Oblivion NPC, like he's really serious, and he's talking about how there's no coincidences, and like the reason you're watching this video is because you're like intrinsically linked with my energies. And then there's like a woman jogging in the park behind him, and he stares at her for like 1 frame, and like just mind wipes her. Screams, and he just gets back to her. I don't think it's a Vine. It might be a TikTok. I might have seen a TikTok, guys. God, it's so fucking funny. It might be one of the funniest videos I've ever seen. Just thinking about it makes me laugh. It's so perfect. Let's turn off the sounds because he didn't like the strident noises. Strident. I haven't played Prince of Persia. I'm a faker. Strident. The harsh, shrill, or grating sound. You lost me in your explanation. I don't know if it's funny because I just explained it. I think you have to see it and not know what it is, and then watch it. You know how, like, the comedy works on contrast, right? You start going down one thing, you set their expectations, and then you break their expectations and then resolve it. That's like the basic structure of a joke. It's like it starts off as a very serious video. It's just... Oh, I love it. Fuck. Alright, look. If I generate more tunnels, they should now actually not look like an octopus, because instead of setting their direction to pi, which is left, they will add pi. So the tunnel will go in the opposite direction to the way the Roomba was already going. Generating a flying spaghetti monster kind of level. We're not getting woolen shorts. I'm wearing trousers anyway. Anyone thought The Legend of Zelda is like actually really fucking good? Might just be me. Anyway, I don't know how useful the rooms thing actually is. The tunnels thing. I feel like I should have to limit the size of tunnels. Oh, bow bow. Oh. Oh, bow. I guess I could just pass in max steps. Instead of settings max steps, I could just pass it in. Yeah, let's do that. What are you? Int? Yep. Okay. I don't know, you get the idea. How about instead of max steps, we can have tunnel length. We can set that to 150 by default, or even 50, or 25. I don't know. I'm in like the flow though, you know what I mean? Like I know where to go and I know what to type. And I think that's kind of sick. Should it be number of tunnels per generation? Do you think it'd be better if you made it less random? It'd be different. Better is a hard word. My university paper would agree with you and say yes, but let's not use science here, okay? Science is horrid. We don't like science in this room. I want cold hard lies. Science is for nerds. Some of the generations look like ore grinding. We ever saw one. I don't know what you mean. Some of the generations? Oh, you mean like the way that's generating this like weird snake? It looks like a metal like a font. But certainly making it less random. That's what these are about. Like these parameters that I'm tweaking are functionally about clipping the wings of the level generator. If I made it truly random and just maxed everything out, so everything was 100% likely and it could move any direction at any time, it would indeed look like shit. So that's kind of what I'm doing, is I'm trying to come up with more and more constraints to edge towards a design, right? Because truly random level would look like white noise. Like it would, most of the time it would be a circle on average, because it would just pick a random direction, which would average around as it not moving much at all. I can show you that. I can't show you that because I've capped it at a half rotation. I don't actually let it do a full 360, so... I've already capped it, I guess, artificially. Anti-credentialism. Yeah, what have scientists ever done for us? I don't see any cure for... Oh, wait. You're telling me these scientists were doing shit this whole time? Fuck. Alright, scientists, am I right, lads? 4 level generations. How big do you want this... How do you want this snake to be? If I were to just run, let's say 2, then we kind of have 2 snakes going off in different directions, especially if I set the random angle off. That being said, it does seem to be always spawning a tunnel. I should probably have number of tunnels cap at 1. Let's be honest. Let's be real with ourselves. I think having 0 tunnels is pretty valid. Am I a nerd who values science? I've lied to you. I've tricked you. Artsy algorithms to see what it does. Could I plug one of those artsy algorithms? Certainly, I mean, floors and walls are just tiles on a grid. I could just do whatever. Anyway, if I increase the number of tunnels to 99, don't crash. They're quite small and stubby, because they only go up to a max size of 25, as you can see. If I change generation cycles to 1, make the level quite long, you can see the game's kind of doing okay. It's trying to generate 45 tunnels. Let's say it generates just 1. This is a pretty normal looking level, especially if I cap out the random angle to be mostly going one way. But as I do this, I can increase the number of tunnels. So we can see as the snake goes in its own little merry way, let's make ourselves really fast. Even faster. Even faster. And no clip. You can see it's done something. This is what I basically envisioned at the very start with like level generation stuff. Just being able to like instantly try something new. Like, look at this guy. What's he doing? You're anti-science. Oh, I'm not anti-science. I'm just talking out my ass. Anti-credentialism. What is anti-credentialism? That I need explaining to me. Do you think it was a mistake to make the weapons take your velocity into account? It's kind of weird that running backwards and shooting a gun makes the bullet go backwards, but is that how it works with real physics? Maybe. We can carve out a level for ourselves. Whatever. Shouldn't span this too much because it will have problems. If I generate maybe less tunnels but make them longer. You can see this sort of shape forming, which makes sense. Make the tunnels really long. Tunnels can be longer than the main level, that's funny. Guess there's nothing stopping them. Anyway, you can see, like, essentially, I now have a bunch of tools in place, and if I wanted to, I could design, or at least tweak an algorithm that would make something kind of interesting. There's nothing stopping me from just having, like, or 5% chance, but just having, like, 40 tunnels. Don't crash, don't crash. There's not really much way for me to know in advance if it's going to crash. Maybe I could calculate it as, like, the estimated number of floors to generate, and if it's larger than a certain amount, maybe don't do it. Currently not crashing, it's just generating a very big level. Weird that it's not crashing. I fear I may be taking too long with this, because realistically the game map will not be this large. But, you know, let me check my notes. Is it still generating? Yeah, okay. Still going off. Maybe I didn't... Oh, I just had a note. This is a very basic note, mind you. But it was like... If, the way some of the levels could generate... I don't have all of them, necessarily. But, each level could be, like, the spokes of a wheel. So, if I get paint out, it might be easier to explain. To, like, give you an objective to do. Starting from the start position, it could generate a couple of things, like some directions this way. And then at the end of each thing could be, like, a thing to do. You know? So it could spawn, like, a pretty big room and a boss to fight. Or it could spawn, like, an objective to complete somehow. And then maybe something to teleport you back, or just make you walk back. I don't know. I don't know how big they'd need to be. And then, like, as the levels go up and the loops go up, they get longer and further and blah, 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 blah. So I thought... I just thought I could have something like a Battle Royale, like fog, but I don't know how that would work with this, because you actually want the players to explore outwards, so... Doesn't really make a lot of sense. I like the Risk of Rain 2 difficulty thing quite a lot, where like you get punished for staying in a level for too long. I don't know if I'm allowed to just steal that. Some games do that incidentally, like I know Minecraft, the more ticks you are in a chunk, the higher the chunk difficulty goes, and the increased difficulty of the mobs that you see there. So, I don't know. I think just literally stealing the Risk of Rain one might be a bit cheeky, but it is a good mechanic. Hey Ted. Well, you're sort of punished for staying in a level and farming longer than needed. Then again, it makes you like dodge most of the enemies, which is maybe fine, but then it becomes like a walking sim. How does optimization usually go for projects like this? Try not to prematurely optimize is the #1 rule, because we've had discussions about usage of unordered maps and vectors on something like this big, and realistically it's like microseconds of a difference. For like 30 minutes discussion, it's probably not worth it, because that 30 minutes could be spent on optimizing anything else, really. So I literally have like a Trello board where I've noted down things I could optimize, and some of them are, I'm just going to cancel this. Some of them are more impactful than others. There's some things that are done quite expensively, because it doesn't really matter right now. So like I do a lot of like flood fills and neighbor fills and calculations where I'm actually redoing the same calculation multiple times. Hi Dragon, thanks for watching. Steal. When I blow up this wall and I check the neighbors to update their tiles, I think it's like doing the same calculation multiple times on the same tile, which right now doesn't matter. Like the game runs at 300 FPS in debug mode, who cares? But when it gets closer to release, something I will do is fix up algorithms like this so it's not unnecessarily checking stuff it doesn't need to. Because then if you're in a room with 1,000 enemies shooting big rockets at you, suddenly it starts to get expensive. At the start when we had rocket launchers, they were actually decently performant because they weren't doing much. But now they're blowing up walls, okay, a little bit more expensive, and now the walls have these tiles they need to update, okay, a little bit more expensive again. You get the idea. Yeah, I mean, this is the basic. Like, this is the basic vibe of the game. Obviously, you wouldn't have a rocket launcher that shoots 1 trillion times a second, and you wouldn't be fighting treasure mice with a pistol, but... You know, the vibe of, like, exploring through a level in, like, a pretty simple way. And you know, going around, getting pickups and stuff. This is a general vibe. Which I think's fun. Fun enough that I just launch VS Code sometimes and just run around the game, because it feels like a game now. A good sign, right? Anyway, let me have a look at my Trello, because I have some more stuff I wanted to get done. Hello. So happy that I made this board, by the way. I had one a long time ago, but I just didn't keep it updated. So this time I just sat down and did it properly. So make use of the min size thing to make... Oh yeah, so now we cull rooms of a certain size at level generation. That's been done. Make it so the spawn area is always filled with a block. We could certainly do that. I just realized that we've got this thickness or something. Add floor? What was generate floor? This thing. So this code here, we could use this to generate like a space around the player, basically. We're currently using add room, you know. I could also just... Ba-ba-bum. Could also make it so it doesn't spawn an enemy right on top of the player. Maybe just check to see if I is larger than a certain amount. Just to assume that they've stepped a bit further from the spawn. Or we could literally draw distance to the spawn. I'll add that in my to-do list. Optimizations. Is it optimizations? Maybe I have a level generator section. Yeah, level generator. So make it so enemy spawns are based on distance to center, and stop enemies spawning inside walls, because they still do that. I'm just not fixing it because the enemies are not final right now, and it doesn't matter right now. They will navigate out of it. Like pathfinding will push them out of the wall, but it's a little scuffed still, isn't it? When I do add room, I could just have a function called generate spawn room. Like generate spawn area could be a predefined part of the map, especially if there's like a teleporter or something that brings you back. Maybe having a function for that's kind of nice, because I could override it in the future when I have more fancy spawn areas. Let's do that. That sounds sensible, right? I was talking before about maybe having a way to pass a bitmap image as a room. So having black and white pixels be rendered as tiles and floors and walls and stuff. Could even extend that to have objects spawned, for example. Like a red tile could be always spawn a health station or something, whatever. Anyway, void level generator. Generate spawn room. You're gonna want a map. And that might just be it for now. Maybe the floor tile coordinates as well, so you can put them in there. I'm just gonna say now. Const auto spawn room size equals, I don't know, let's say 2. Oz equals this. We don't want to spawn enemies here. And we can make it always a flower. I don't know. Or normal. Could have it a special tile. Doesn't really matter. You get the idea. Anyway, I think it's nice to have something like this baked in, because if we do want to have a fancy spawn room, yeah, now it's just in place, right? There's Ajax. How are you? Something like this. Let's see. So this should always spawn. This should always make a room around the spawn, basically. And we always do generate a room around the spawn, but like this should literally cut out the space near you. Let's see. Is this Twilight Princess? In my Link to the Past music? Okay. Let's see, if I set the distance to 0 and the room gen chance to 0, we literally never see a tree spawn next to us. What's the type of game? Like a roguelite shooter. Yeah, there'll be enemies that you like fight and stuff. Maybe not out of bounds enemies, but you get the idea. Right now I'm just making it so the area around the player is always safe zone. Well, not safe zone, but like it's always traversable, huh? Looks pretty good, right? Just, I think it's nice if you're playing a level and you don't immediately spawn like next to a tree. So technically this is 2. This is 2 in a couple of directions, though. Yeah, I mean this looks pretty sick, right? This is full screen for me. It looks the same for you, I guess. Yeah, you'll be running around and going like bam, 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 bam. I need to give weapons like a damage stat and stuff, but I'm putting that off and just playing my own game. I've made my own distraction. Isn't that nice? I've also made the enemies use basic aim instead of predicted aim, so they aren't quite like sniping you every time. But, like, this is pretty good. Like, whatever we've got here is nice. The idea of digging to get to enemies, not really meant to be a permanent mechanic, but there is a rocket launcher and it will let you do that. I've been toying with the idea of letting like any bullet damage walls, so you could shoot your way through the wall with like an Uzi or whatever. But oh, Toho Jazz medley. I've just been toying with it basically. I've not thought much more. Could make it so you always have like a melee weapon that lets you punch walls. Maybe right click or something. I don't know. There could be a character that lets you do that. That would be a bit OP. Oh. Let me just check my Trello board then. Spawn area is always filled in. Yep. Add min's room size to GUI. Yep. Alright, so we've got this physics thing sitting around. You'll notice, dear chat, when there's a mouse, we don't really push each other around right now because we've pseudo disabled it. There's like a mild push effect, like if I spawn a bunch of enemies, they should very small amount push me. Very small. And that is because in, I think it's physics system, maybe? Or was it in linear motion? Was it physics? Why was I doing this? Let me check my notes. I didn't put it in my notes. Where did I put this? Maybe it's not physics. Maybe it's collision system? Yeah. It's this bit. No, this is all bullets. No, it is all bullets, not bullets. It's this bit. When the hitboxes intersect, it's meant to perform a calculation based on physics to push you around. But it was not taking into account both masses. So when enemies push you, they'd use your mass, I think. When you push them, they'd use their mass. Like that. I don't remember the exact reason. But it basically made it so weird. I can see your chat and my overlay, but I don't see it on YouTube. I'm on live chat. I'm not on top chat. Why is it not rendering your message? It's been caught by like YouTube spam. My favorite game? I don't know. I like Ocarina of Time and Wind Waker and Apex, Osu, Pokemon Blue. They're all good. Rayman 3 is good. I like Nuclear Throne, obviously. Oh, yeah. I'm tired. Anyway, sorry. I've got a new algo I can use here, because Donut sent it to me at 4 AM or something a while ago. Minecraft's good. I like Minecraft. Top game. But it's not something I can like just play. I think if I could just play like Ocarina of Time randomizer whenever. When did we do this collision chat? Was it pre the tile stuff? He basically gave me like a physics calculation that took into account masses from both sides. I'm trying to find it in our DMs. Here we go. Something like this, maybe. RLcraft. I tried RLcraft. I mean, I modded Minecraft a lot, like, when I was younger. As an adult, not so much. We've done a couple of playthroughs on streams over the years. One of them we did, like early release or beta, maybe early release version of like industrial craft and build craft and all that. I played a fair chunk of like the Yog box and you know some of the newer ones like Tinker's Construct and stuff, and then what was it? Wolves? No More Wolves? What was it called? Better Than Wolves. Maybe. RLcraft we played once. The others really liked it, like my friends really liked it. I wasn't a fan because in RLcraft I hit a villager once, and then for the next like 2 hours of gameplay I'd respawn and then get killed by like 50 villagers, and then a dragon spawned. And I tried to pick up rocks off the floor to make a pickaxe, and I couldn't work it out, so I thought it was kind of ass, I'll be honest. But they liked it. Anyway, I got sent this. This is what Donut wrote. You take the inverse mass A, so of let's say our entity, our player, the inverse mass of the enemy entity. You combine them. Simple enough. The impulse is a combination of that combined mass multiplied by something. I think in our previous work, we were multiplying whatever was in here with like 25. We can work out whatever this is. Just experiment, I guess. And then you work out how much you add to each. So we can try that. So this will be my physics dot mass. This will be your physics dot mass. Once auto blah equals, I don't know, 10. We could extract this to experiment with it, certainly. But let's just have something. And then I suppose we do... This doesn't seem to include direction, so I suppose it's instead of this, it's direction, probably direction multiplied by this. I'm just gonna check our messages in case he covered this. No. He just said something like this, and then I talked about my Trello board. So I have a feeling this is just to give you the impulse. But then we still need this stuff. And then... So my physics external force is going to be multiplied by added force. I'm going to change A to inverse mass my physics. And B is going to be inverse mass your physics. Added velocity A is going to become added velocity my physics. This is going to be added velocity your physics. See you, mate. Goodbye. Thanks for popping in. So instead of this, I guess we want to pass in that. And then for them, maybe we need to do reverse direction. This might need to be minused. We'll experiment with it. Let's just try it and see what happens. Looks so hard, bro. Yeah. It is pretty tough. Alright, I don't see anything getting pushed. Okay, great. Let's try a few things. This may need to be something quite big. This is indeed a project for fun. Let me think for a second. Just default to this. I don't want us shooting each other right now. Okay. Let's see. Let's just try 1,000. Am I doing a check to see if my ID is less than yours? Because that would be probably smart. How long have I been coding? 20 years, give or take? I don't know. Something like that. Alright, look, we're seeing something. There's some pushing happening. Not much, mind you, but there's some. How about instead of 1,000, we want 10,000? Just needs to be like a really big number, maybe. I'll talk to him later and see what he thinks. 10,000 is pretty big. I can push him. But also he can push me. So if I spawn a bunch of them... Let's see, can I push my... I can push my way through. This kind of works. I know they also kind of push each other out of the way. But they also won't clip me through the wall. Which is important, I think. They might still be able to clip you through a wall, by the way. It's possible. Like, especially if I push my way through here. I'm going to try and see if I can get myself clipped through a wall. I spawn a million of these things and they all try and walk at me at once. Maybe I can get myself clipped through a wall? There's plenty of enemies. Surely now. Interesting. Look at them all pathing their way over. They're so smart. God, it's laggy. Look, they're all like on their way. There's so many enemies. And at some point they just give up. I guess 15 seconds. And some of them can see you and they path over. Oh, they're so smart. Nice work, little guys. Look at them coming over. Their guns are disabled, by the way. Alright, it seems like they can't push you through walls. Or at least it seems harder than it was. How did I learn to code? When I was a kid, I spent hours and hours and hours in Game Maker. If I didn't know something, I'd look it up. And then at some point you stop looking stuff up. But I also did it at university and as a job, and as a hobby. It's really just a case of doing it. And if you find it difficult, then that's really good, because it means that you have plenty to learn. If you find it not so difficult anymore, it means that you are probably not going to have quite as much fun, I think. It's nice to be challenged, I think. It's fun to learn new things. It's not fun to like... plateau and feel like you kind of know all you need to know. That gets very boring. And luckily software has a lot of nuance, so there's always more. And the industry is always moving. Man, I've made something cool, haven't I? Alright, I mean, whatever big number I just came up with here doesn't need to be this. C bars. Is it a C bar? Yeah, I'm gonna make an int that is... This is 10,000, it's a float. I'm gonna make a float called... what was this? Push base velocity. And I'm gonna default it to 5,000 or something. And somewhere we need to do get C-vars. I'm just going to pop that in here, collision system. This is going to be push base velocity. And you're going to be push base velocity. You're a float. Won't change. That's fine. Won't change in this function at least. We pass that in here. Looks good to me. I don't know if this min thing is still needed, so I can experiment with that. I mean, it's meant to add a cap so they can't push you through walls, really. But we can see what happens if we get rid of it. I set this to some really big number. It was 40,000, let's just set it to, like... that, or something. Is that within float max? I don't know. Whatever. We can just do this as well. This is fine. Oh, this. Something like that's fine. Just to see, this may not be needed anymore. Music's so good. Big numbers are scary. Yeah, you add one more zero and wowie. Wowie mama. Game. Wow, wow, wee wow. Here we go. I don't know. I don't know what's a reasonable amount. Why did I do it like this? That might be enough. Let's see. We can basically just adjust how much we push each other. Now it's 5,000. Feels pretty normal. If I set it to this big number, 100,000, you see we're basically like magnets. Bam, bam, bam. Now this is how I might be able to get pushed through a wall. Come on. Yeah, easy. If you had no coding knowledge, what language did you try to learn first? I think Python's a decent way to start. It's the way a lot of like universities will start. A lot of schools. Python, Java is pretty normal. I think Python's good because it's if you're a complete beginner, Python, I think at least it feels like it has the least amount of like weird programmer nonsense in it. Like if I were to show someone who has no idea what like a variable and a function is, you just show them like a Python document, I think they'd be able to read it, or at least have a decent chance of reading it because it's pretty close to pseudocode. things kind of do what they say, if that makes sense. There's no semicolons that you really have to worry about, or brackets or anything. You just write like I equals 0, or in I equals 0, or I plus equals 1, or whatever the Python syntax is. I don't know Python very well, but you know, I equals I plus 1, well, whatever. It's a pretty good place to start, I think. And you can move from there, and you can use Python for plenty. And it's easy to start. I think, like, if you download Python, you can just type in a terminal. You know? You can just get started immediately. There's like very little setup, so I think it's beginner friendly. I don't know if you should be able to push the enemies quite this much. If I increase my mass a bunch, they really can't push me, but I can push them a lot. You see how I'm like really heavy now? I can like plow through them. But if they try and push me, I don't get pushed much. That's awesome. You see how they're not impacting me much? I weigh 200 kilos. If I weighed... Oh, 0 kilos is a terrible idea. Okay, I've done something terrible. Okay, here we go. Maybe not 0 kilos. Maybe I should cap that. If my mass is 5, first of all, it makes you run very weirdly. Actually lets you walk through walls. It also means that if an enemy pushes you, they have like loads of influence on you. 15 kilos even. You can barely push them, but they can push you quite a lot. 5 kilos? Yeah, 50 was a decent guess. You actually do feel heavy when you increase your mass, just because of like the lack of influence they have on you. If I do this and also increase my force, so I walk around like a big chunker. Tired. This is cool. Another thing ticked off the list. Physics thing. To do next time. I've finished everything on it. I still haven't fixed the walking diagonally into a wall causes player to freak it thing. I wonder if I should have that max cap on things. Like this min thing. I spawn loads of mice. Here's loads of mice. It should try and push me into a corner. Now, can you clip me out of the level? If no, then pretty good. Maybe we should cull the mouse population a little bit. This might be a bit much. This should be enough. Try. You can kind of push your way out. This is with 5,000, mind you. I think maybe a little higher than 5,000 would be good. Even this is decent. Now, do we see any of them moving at insane high speeds? It's like watching a particle simulation a bit, isn't it? Oh, you could use this to render water. Wouldn't that be cool? Like if each of these was like a blue gradient, and you had loads of them, it would be decently true. Alright, that's nice. I don't remember if we picked a particularly good push base. We can try like 6,000 maybe. It's interesting to see how that makes a difference. Alright, let's see. That's a mass collision, we got that. Make enemies aggro. Big enemy spider. Okay. Make enemies aggro if you shoot them off screen should be fine. What I need to do is... I'm tired. Ugh. When a weapon hits something in collision system, let's look at all bullets first. This. Oh, the rocket no longer does damage, huh? How about this? I don't know if I'm already doing enemy. I'm not. I feel like I should rename enemy behavior to just enemy. What about this? So if you have an enemy behavior, then now I'd need to store not the rocket, but like we'd want to store on a bullet, like who shot it, right? So tired. Maybe we could just add source entity or something. Add shooter entity. Add who shot this bullet, basically. I know we have team, but I guess I could just say team, and I could just make it shoot the nearest enemy if it gets shot by an enemy, rather than the one that shot it. That'd be funny. God. Make sure your count happens if the owner dies before the billet. Yeah. I mean, just storing it on here is fine. It's what I do with that information that matters, so... Now it's okay. If it causes problems, I can always just make it so it makes them shoot the friendly team. I have a feeling the weapon might need this. Nope. That should be it. So now we have the source entity. In collision system. Unfortunately, it has to be like this. Should help. This won't necessarily work immediately because I think we'll have an abort when the enemy has a target and it's not been explicitly set to that target. So, warning. Well, actually, no, this makes sense in there. No point in them caring about you if they put intangibility, I guess. Though we could always move out of there. Alright, so this shouldn't necessarily work yet. Kinda doesn't work with my nice state system, but you get the idea. We just immediately set the requested state to alerted. That doesn't work. Because it's not technically in line of sight. What if I should have an override? Shot by target. Yeah, maybe we do that instead of trying to change state outside. Last shot by entity. And then we simply do... there you go. Like that. So in the enemy behavior system... Come on now. Enemy system. Consider changing state. Where is in line of sight? Let's have two different things. If enemy behavior dot last shot by entity isn't equal to, actually even better, let's say registry dot valid. Enemy dot target is this. And then I'm going to turn off this. Now, how does this work with copying? It should be doing value syntax, right? Value semantics, sorry. It should make target that, not a reference to. I guess I can find out. I'm getting quite tired. It's 11:30 and this has been a 3.5 hour stream, so I'm forgetting things. What's up? Okay. Collision start position. Become... Collision metadata. I just launched CMD. This is second time, 'cause it's possible the spawner disappeared. No. Yeah, I'd still like it to do damage and stuff. Programming languages are weird. You would hear about a new one, do research. It turns out it's 20 years old. What's the point of reference that decides old or not? The dinosaurs. I mean, C is from like 1970. I'd say that's old. Swift is from like 2015 or something. I'd say that's pretty new. It's all relative. If it'll have showed up during someone's career who's currently working, I think that makes it new. Because it's new to someone. C is not really new to anyone right now. Unless they're really old. Oh, this is when you collide with a wall. I should have extracted all this shit. Why are you capitalized? Oh. I know why. People talk about Go like it dropped last Tuesday. Yeah, I mean, I talk about old stuff like it's old, like new stuff like it's old, and old stuff like it's new all the time. You know, I still feel like the Switch is a new console, and I know it's not in my heart of hearts. I don't like this at all. Wait. It hit my breakpoint. Seems to do exactly what I wanted it to do. Great. And the line of sight's so big. He like immediately, he gets angry for like a second and then immediately goes back to like being chill. That kind of works. It's kind of working. How about the line of sight has timed out thing? I need to reset this. Time since last seen player. How am I normally updating this? This should be time since last seen target. I think that's correct. I should definitely have all the enemy data sitting in ImGUI so I can modify it at will. Already a good sample. Hey, I think that's working. The idea is just like if an enemy's off screen and you shoot them, they should now be aware that you exist, right? That seems intuitive. Likewise, if an enemy blows up another enemy with a rocket, I need to go full screen. I keep clicking out of the screen. Now, it's possible a crash could still happen if the entity like gets deleted, but that's a fun bug for the future. I also feel like I'd handle that. We can double check. We can super check this if we go to enemy JSON and set their perception to 2. They should now not see something unless it's like right in front of their face. I'd like to play in full screen. You can see his line of sight now is tiny. You see? You have to get right next to him before that line appears. You can't even really see the line, can you? It's 2. It was 7 before, so it's several times smaller. This is working exactly as intended. Let's give them ice rocket launchers and see if they blow each other up. Entity factory. Spawn enemy. Give them a rocket launcher. They should start shooting each other. Maybe. Although, I mean, their rockets won't collide with them, but the explosions will. Need to somehow... I need to re-enable your gun first. Hang on. That's broken something. I don't really know how to test this infighting thing. I could basically turn off their perception, I guess. Or just not do the check. Be doing valid registry.valid as well. Right, you have your gun. You shoot this enemy here. You shot yourself. It looked like he was angry at his friend for a second, right? Yeah, look, they're shooting each other. See? You see that? They can't damage each other, but it's funny. You see that? He's shooting his friend. Isn't that sick? Are they shooting each other? Or is the other one just idle? I feel like I shouldn't get in their way. They got bored of it. Funny. Wait, if you die to me... Oh look, is he shooting his friend? Yeah, he's angry at his friend. I should make it so their collision mask changes. Yeah, I can totally make it so they can shoot each other. His registry valid should be working. I don't know if I want to be asked to do this right now, but I could totally make it so they're like bullet mask changes. I'm too tired to do this right now. I'll add it in a list. Enemies. I've got consider infighting written down. Done. I just need to add... And now, by the way, now I know what entity fired the rocket, I could make it so player-fired bullets have like a different particle or whatever. Bit expensive way to do it, but I could do it. Makes a little anger face appear on their sprite. Oh, that is funny. Infighting. I'm gonna write this in my note then. So, make it update the bullet slash mask if the well, let's just be plain. If the enemy is hit by another enemy's rocket slash explosion or bullet slash explosion, they should then be able to hit each other. What did you say? Show an Angie emoji if they are hit by friendly. I gotta be honest, this is gonna be one of those little mechanics that just sits in the background and like no one ever notices. But like one guy sees it once and goes like, oh, that's cool, they programmed infighting. You know, like it exists in Doom, but you don't see it all that much. Yeah. Well, you see it like, I guess you see it quite a lot actually. You know, I think this is a bit of a juice, as they call it in game dev. It's a bit of spice, a bit of fun. It might break something. I did see them shooting their rocket to the right earlier. I hope that isn't what I think it is. What's the time for you? It's 11:45. I gotta stop. I haven't had much sleep lately. I want to go to the gym tomorrow, so I think this has been a pretty good fucking 4 hours. You know what we did today? We did a ton. First of all, you can zoom out in here. Isn't that sick? The like push bait velocity was updated, so we can shove enemies around, and they can shove us if they want to. He's gonna shoot me with a rocket, isn't he? It's based on masses, so if you're really heavy and they're really light, you can push them a lot, but they can't push you much. The level generator, the way that it resolves. If I zoom out a bit, we can set a all of this shit's new, so we can set min room size to 0, and we see a bunch of these little dots, and we have an algorithm that lets you say, oh, I want rooms to all be bigger than 1. Okay, you said it's 2, I guess. I want all rooms to be bigger than 3. Okay, you still get some that are a bit bigger than that, and so on. And that uses the nav area system, which is cool. Sorry, we extracted all this shit so we can fuck around with this. So we can change the level, for example, to be way more straight. We zoom all the way out. All the way out. We can change how the level generates a lot via this now. Make it curve more, make it curve less. You get the idea. Turn off rooms for a minute. Oh, nice. We can update generation cycles, so it makes a map that goes off in multiple directions. Your spawn room is a thing that is created. Currently it's just like a square of 2 tiles around you at a time. Guided rockets. Yeah, homing rockets is in my to-do list. And not only can you have more generation cycles, but you can also have tunnels. This is going to crash, isn't it? Fuck, I shouldn't have done all those settings. Maybe it can generate it. I have a feeling I might have frozen it though. Number tunnels. Hang on a moment. Game number of tunnels. That does default to 0. Okay, that's good. Yeah, it's quite easy to crash the level generator, but that's pretty normal for something like this. If I zoom all the way out again. Level, no enemies, no, whoops. No rooms, no floors, no, I want debug mode, I guess. No enemies, please. Alright. Small room, but we can generate, let's say for example, 39 tunnels. And we can make the tunnels quite long. That's going to crash as well, isn't it? 39 tunnels, 167 is actually quite a lot. Will acquiring new weapons work? Will it be like Metal Slug? To be decided. I think it would be nice if enemies had drops a bit more like Borderlands, where like, I don't know, this is something I have to experiment with, right? Because this is meant to be like a fast-paced roguelite. But I like the idea of like enemies occasionally dropping their gun, and that gun having slightly random stats, like nothing crazy, but some very basic system, like one pistol will have slightly better DPS than another pistol. You know, it'll shoot faster, or the bullets will be faster, or they'll be bigger, or whatever. And they could all be summarized with just a green arrow that says better or worse or whatever, so people don't have to sit there in the fucking roguelite and work out which one's better. Hang on, I really want to see these tunnels working. Maybe it's because I zoomed out too much. It doesn't like it when I zoom out that far. Alright, this is fine. Let's just spawn up a bunch of tunnels. And make them like this big. Alright, the tunnels are so easy to make it crash, but I promise you it does work. But yeah, having enemies drop weapons, obviously having them just spawn in the level in like crates or whatever is pretty typical. Hang on, I really want to see these tunnels working. I don't know why I'm crashing quite so much. Let's just spawn like 10 tunnels. Can't really see them, can you? Oh, no, you can. Look, if I make the level longer and I make it mostly straight, you can see it spawning like... Actually, that's kind of crazy. Remember, don't move quite so much. You can see the level going around. And as it's going, it occasionally spawns a tunnel. And some of those tunnels can be long or short. We can really do a lot. But yeah, I still need to play around with how I actually want weapons and upgrades and stuff to work. At the basic level, I want enemies to drop XP and there to just be a very general scaling. We have in place a very vague sort of RPG stat set. You know, you have mass. I want things to have like a strength and all that. So as you level up, you can get like a tiny little bit stronger. I'd rather not have you in your silly roguelite picking what to level up. So I think I'd do it more like Risk of Rain, where every level you just get like 10% better at most things or something. Just as you go through the levels, you become a bit more powerful as well, scaling. But then I also want you to have like this game's equivalent of like mutations or relics or whatever. So you know, rockets now explode with fire and leave fire behind, or you have a trail of acid as you walk. That sort of thing. Those upgrades, I still have to decide how I want to divvy them out. If it's just per level up, or if it's per mini boss you beat, or per end of level, or whatever. It's TBD. That's the fun bit, I guess. I kind of like the idea of weapons having different stats because it's fun to get a rare drop. I could simplifies it even more. So there's like 2 or 3 variations of weapons. So there's like a basic pistol, that's like a common drop, but then, you know, 10% of the time they drop like an uncommon pistol that's a bit better, and that's a direct upgrade. And then very rare, like 1%, they drop an orange pistol, which is a direct upgrade to that one. Just because it's fun. It's fun to see a loot beam appear and go like, oh yeah, that's better. It doesn't need to be nitty gritty. Oh, this one has a slightly better fire rate than that one, and this one has a slightly slower blah 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 reload speed or whatever. That might be a bit much for a game like this. You know, I want runs to be like sub half an hour, I guess. Maybe. I think half an hour is a pretty good bubble to fit a game into. Maybe an hour if you loop and do things. I think that's a pretty good metric. So just having rarities would be fun. Because then you'll be like, oh, I just started off my run and I just immediately got a ultra rare grenade launcher that has like a black hole spawn when you shoot it. That's cool. I can build my run around this. Like in like Isaac, sometimes you get items like that. Hello, sorry, Ultimate. You're new. You want to ask why C++? I like C++, and I think it's a fun language, and I want to learn more about it. And a game's a good way to do that. Plus, for game development, the level of fine-grained detail you have over things like memory management are better. At least, for me. You can do more with it than C#. But also, it's a thing I want to master, or at least get better at, so... The more you practice, the better. I like C++, it's good. But you can certainly do an out-of-the-box engine. I just like the nitty-gritty. I prefer the idea of building all these systems myself. I think it's fun. Some things I haven't bothered with, like I haven't written my own graphics card API implementation or whatever. You know, I'm not using OpenGL directly. There's certain things I've skipped, but plenty of other things I'm doing myself, which I'm enjoying. I don't know if your sprites are made for this, but you could fill everything outside with some texture instead of just black. It's black on purpose. It's black on purpose. There is actually a texture there I need to delete that is being drawn. If you just skip back a few streams, you'll see that we used to use the Pokemon Crystal tree sprite. So the background of the whole map was a tiling tree sprite. But for a game like this, I want... Sometimes you got to make a compromise on design versus gameplay. I'd argue it's still part of design, because it, like, if the level's surrounded in black, it makes it kind of feel a bit like claustrophobic, which I think is a good thing. The game should feel like it's tightly packed. But if it's black, you just don't look there. So that your brain does not focus in there. You know there's no information in there of value. You skip over it. It's nice. Especially with OLED, it's really nice. You know that the only area you need to focus on is this central playable area. And if you look at similar games, you'll notice that they all use really, even simpler than this, like textures. I'm thinking my ground might be too textured. And it looks like this. So yeah, I mean, I've considered, obviously, for a few years, the background did have texture, you know, until I did this. This is a design choice. And I like it, honestly. It doesn't have to be black, it could be whatever, but... You know, if I have a tile set in a cave area, this could be grey, but... I will probably have a nice lighting system at some point, so... You know. Set your perception back, and Entity Factory, I don't want you to have a rocket launcher anymore. Alright, anyway, I think that's enough for me. We might have done more than that today, but that's the main bulk of it. It's your answer, no worries. I'm going to end it there. It's midnight. It's been 4 hours on the dot. Good work day. I also did a bunch of editing earlier today, so it's been busy. I hope you enjoyed it. Probably see you tomorrow. Keep an eye out. Have a good one, chat. Bye-bye. Good night.